Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth edition of the PAM Marrakesh Economic Forum. And now it is my great honor and pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed al-Rashid, the President of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, President of the Association of Senate, Shura, and the Equivalent Council of Africa and the Arab. Excellencies, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kid, distinguished presidents of the Parliamentary Assembly for the Mediterranean, distinguished ministers, distinguished Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished presidents of the Moroccan Confederation of Businesses, distinguished members of the regional and continental parliamentary unions and Shura councils, distinguished representatives of the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank Group, distinguished members or representatives of international organizations and private sector, distinguished guests of the Kingdom of Morocco, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you all for this fourth Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum of the PAM for the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. It reflects the continuous care that His Majesty has, may God assist him, has been given to the parliamentary and diplomacy action, both at the American, African, and continental levels, given that this is an area that reflects solidarity as well as stability, as well as economic integration and complementarity, the dialogue between us and the lever for the service of the shared prosperity and development of peoples. The program of this session is particularly important, and it reflects the mature pathway or course that we have had so far, given that we've been dealing with subjects that are extremely important. This session is specific in the sense that, or a milestone in the sense that it represents a key mission that is based on four elements that reflect the prospects for future action. The first one is leadership. This forum, session upon session, has managed to become a reference frame for parliamentary economic discussion and dialogue, and as a platform that brings together legislators, economic stakeholders, and institutional actors as well, thanks to the partnerships that have been signed and the support that it is enjoying, particularly from the Mediterranean Parliament. And given also the second element is openness, in the sense that this forum has managed to expand the dialogue and to include the African dimension within its agenda, in keeping with the strategic vision of the Kingdom of Morocco in this regard, particularly in such areas as reinforcing economic integration in Africa and South-South cooperation, as well as the prospects related to the Atlantic initiatives for the benefit of African Atlantic states. The third element is the impact that we're seeking. The ambition of the Parliamentary Assembly does not stop at just exchanging views. We seek to come up with practical initiatives and feasible partnerships that can have a decisive impact on public policies and on development processes and economic integration. Institutionalization is a fourth element that crowns this process. We seek to make sure that this forum is a sustainable platform that is based on good governance and on action between the different sessions. In this regard, the signing of the joint declaration by the House of Councilors and the PAM is a reference frame in order to promote legislative action, to mobilize investment, and to promote economic integration. Ladies and gentlemen, our region has the necessary skills and competences to be an active player in today's world, which is characterized by disruptions and the lack of stability. And therefore, these skills can become actual assets if they are supported by strong political will that leads to further solidarity and integration. And in order to give substance to these ambitions, the Kingdom of Morocco is playing a key role, strategic role, serving as a vital link between these different platforms and circles, in the sense that these are the links in the same chain that seek to achieve the same objectives and to come up with the necessary added value based on a win-win policy. The Kingdom of Morocco has had advanced strategic partnerships with the European Union that started with the free trade agreement signed in 1996, and it was consolidated by the advanced status that was given to Morocco in 2008, up to the strategic partnership that we have and that we signed in 2019. This has made it possible to make sure that the Moroccan trade and the economy is part of the European framework as well. And the OECD has been OECD countries have been among the most influential and competitive in this regard. As for the partnership with the Gulf regions, it has gone beyond the classical frameworks, and we have promoted this partnership through common interests, especially in promising areas such as renewable energies, green hydrogen, in which there is complementarity between the investment prospects of those of the Gulf with those of Morocco, and the logistics involved in this, as well as at the African level. We have managed to promote trade and ensure shared prosperity, and this is reflected by the initiatives of His Majesty the King, be it the Atlantic Initiative or also the Morocco-Nigeria gas pipeline, and the adaptation of agriculture, African agriculture. This shows that Morocco is keen to make sure that the assets of the continent serve as a lever for the development of the entire continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the four strategic themes that will be discussed by our forum over over these 2 days are important in the sense that the problem of the debt and AI and blue economy are different reflections of one and the same question. Questions our ability to come up with a system that can build on our assets in order to address challenges, make sure that we achieve sustainable development and prosperity. When we come up with legislation based on good financial governance, The Moroccan financial system is based on specific measures in order to tackle the problem of the debt. And when we sign free trade agreements, we do not just open up markets, we also seek to ensure there's transfer of technology. And we try to also strike a balance between the use of water resources and seas. We also try to, by doing that, we try to ensure that there is sustainability. And when we build on the AI and the digital revolution, we seek to make of that levers for development rather than a source for further disparities. Therefore, in this regard, the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco is committed and engaged to participate and coordinate action in order to achieve and implement this vision. This is a commitment on our part that derives its strength from the constitutional specificity of the House of Councilors that brings together between the territorial dimensions and the economic dimensions. It gives us flexibility to work and make sure that the laws and legislation tally with the changes in the international trade, global trade framework. And therefore, we seek through the presidency of the Shura and similar councils and the African Shura councils and the South-South dialogue, we try through these platforms to make sure that our forum is an active player as far as this economic strategy is concerned. To conclude, I would like to welcome you once again to your to your home away from home, and I wish every success to this fourth edition of the Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic. Looking forward to practical recommendations and initiatives that live up to our ambitions to achieve prosperity and economic development and stability. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the nice word. And indeed, this is an exceptional edition of the forum with over 450 delegates. Thank you very much again. And now it is my pleasure to ask President Giulio Centemero, the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, to join me here at the podium.
Sabah al-Khair.
Good morning.
Representatives of international organizations, leaders from the private sectors, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the fourth edition of the Pan-Parliamentary Economic Forum. First of all, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, whose high patronage and continued support have been essential to the convening and success of this forum, and to the House of Councilors and its distinguished President, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ould El-Rashid. This year's forum carries an added value. For the first time, we are honored to organize this event in partnership with the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, further strengthening our long-standing cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays, the international environment is marked by growing uncertainty and complexity. The black swans, by the definition of Nassim Taleb, became normality. Today's global challenges are tightly interconnected, testing the resilience of both governments and societies. The crisis of the Strait of Hormuz illustrates this vividly. A localized disruption in this strategic corridor sends immediate ripple effects across energy markets, trade logistics, investment confidence, food supply chains, while environmental consequences emerge from rerouted maritime traffic. And among all these, our keyword should be ambition. The ambition of having one shared future. We come from different shores. We must have common purpose and one shared future. The Mediterranean, the Gulf, and the African continent may be composed of different nations, different economies, and different political realities. Yet, the challenges in front of us have no borders, and neither should our ambition. As we examine public debt and barriers to trade, our common purpose must be to strengthen economic stability while preserving openness, connectivity, and opportunity. We will discuss AI, and our common purpose must be to ensure that technological transformation becomes a driver of shared growth rather than a source of new divides. This is why PAM promotes the establishment of a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf AI hub. We are also set to explore sustainable job creation through regional incubators and the blue economy. And on this, our common purpose must be to unlock the immense potential of our people, particularly our youth, in the framework of the PAM Youth Initiative. And as we address the impact of climate change on food security, our common purpose and goal must be to protect both livelihoods and stability, recognizing that environmental challenges are increasingly economic, social, and geopolitical challenges as well. The guests, Excellencies, one of the greatest strengths of this forum lies precisely in the diversity of those gathered in this room. Parliamentarians who shape legislation, representatives of international financial institutions who help mobilize resources, business leaders who create investment and employment, academics who challenge conventional thinking, bringing knowledge, innovation, and practical experience. As we begin our works and journey today, from the panel discussion to the MOUs that will be signed, and through our special session on Africa, let's approach every moment with, again, ambition. I wish you fruitful deliberation and every success for this fourth PAM Economic Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President Centemero. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Sabari, the first Vice President of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, who will deliver an address on behalf of His Excellency Rashid Al-Alami, President of the House of Representatives. Please, Mr. Sabari, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, most merciful, peace be upon his prophets, Honorable President of the House of Councilors, Mr. President of the Parliamentary Assembly for the Mediterranean, Honorable Parliamentarians, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputies of the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, consuls and representatives of delegations, of diplomatic delegations. I have the pleasure to take part today in the inauguration of the work of the fourth edition of the Parliamentary Economic Forum of Marrakesh for the Euro-Mediterranean regions and the Gulf region under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. And which is taking place in a global situation marked by technological and economic changes and by the worsening of challenges related to food security and climate change. These are challenges that impose the need to enhance our mechanisms of dialogue, of coordination, and we need to set up new forms of cooperation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Euro-Mediterranean region and the Gulf region, the Arab Gulf region, are facing a number of challenges that mean that we need a common vision based on enhancing economic and regional integration as a fundamental driver for the development and for the attainment of stability. This means that we need to transition towards economic complementarity that would be efficient. We also need to facilitate trade and economic and financial flows between the two shores of the Mediterranean and the Gulf countries for the good of development. Now, at the same time as we have these economic and financial challenges, the Euro-Mediterranean region and the Gulf region aspire to overcome a strategic challenge that's important, namely enhancing digital sovereignty and the adaptation and rapid transformation caused by the digital revolution. By building human capacity and technological capacity that the region has, despite the obstacles that hinder the region from entering into full force into this digital revolution. And integration into international markets. This is a major challenge. And all of this requires us to strengthen the partnership with our European partners in order to promote innovation and investment in vital areas like healthcare, education, agriculture, public administration, which are the gateways to better service quality and a better efficiency of public services. Ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of the transformation of our modern world, South-South cooperation, according to balanced and shared procedures, would make it possible to have a more fair cooperation based on the sharing of knowledge and know-how and technological transfer, aiming for inclusive and sustainable development for the people of the region. In this framework, the African dimension is particularly important. This is a key area for cooperation and coordination, given the huge potential of the region in terms of human resources and natural resources. We cannot imagine a full and integrated vision for the Euro-Mediterranean region with the Gulf region without including the African dimension as a key partner to develop a space that's more vast and that's conducive to stability and shared prosperity. The Kingdom of Morocco under the insightful leadership of his
شراكات مع البلدان الإفريقية الشقيقة وفق منطق رابح رابح.
It has strengthened its partnership with our African partners based on a win-win logic. Thanks to this vision, Morocco has become a bridge for cooperation between Africa and Europe and the Gulf countries, thus facilitating trade and investments between these geostrategic entities. The enhancement of investments and cooperation with the African continent are a strategic challenge, and the impact is not limited to development within the continent. Rather, it expands to security and shared prosperity, as well as to the construction of a new global order that's more fair and with more solidarity. To conclude, the number of challenges that our Euro-Mediterranean space and the Gulf space and African space must face with their various dimensions, these show us that our future can only be built thanks to a shared political will that aims to transform the challenges into opportunities for development, innovation, and prosperity. Our capacity to cooperate and to work hand in hand are the only guarantors so that we can transform our people's ambitions into a reality that is tangible for a more promising future for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I have now the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mehdi Tazi, who is the President of the General Confederation of the Moroccan Enterprises.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors, distinguished President of the PAM, Your Excellencies, the Ministers, distinguished Speakers of Parliaments and Presidents of Councils, distinguished representatives of economic institutions and business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to represent the private sector in this important forum that brings together political and economic decision makers and the representatives of businesses regarding some of the most important stakes in the world today, that is to build integrated economies that can achieve shared development and prosperity. I would like first to express my sincere thanks to the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco and to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for holding this session that has chosen to put Africa at the heart of the discussions and debates. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is witnessing today sweeping unprecedented changes, and in this regard, Africa is one of the regions that can witness the greatest rates of development, being home to 1,200,000,000 people. It will have more than a fourth of the world population by 2050. It has also massive human and material and natural resources. And it has also a lot of young people that are ambitious and look forward to a good future. Regardless of these assets, the African continent is not yet benefiting fully from its resources and assets. One of the major challenges facing Africa today is how to turn these resources into added value and to promote industry, create jobs, and achieve sustainable, comprehensive development. Having said that, the importance of the African African free trade agreement can be successful only if we manage to promote trade and also to promote joint productivity and production in Africa, and make sure that African networks are linked to global networks and chains that can enable African countries to contribute to global economy and trade. Talking about economic growth in Africa cannot be dealt with without taking into account the major challenges facing Africa and the world, and foremost of which is the question of food security. The climate change have a direct impact on agricultural outputs and water resources, which means that promoting food security is a strategic goal and not just an option. And the second challenge is to provide jobs to millions of young people who come on the job market on a yearly basis, and hence the role of small and medium enterprises as well as the startups that can be serve as the engine for innovation and for the creation of jobs. Among the promising areas is the blue economy. Africa has more than 30,000 kilometers of coastlines and water resources that are still untapped fully. Ladies and gentlemen, under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, Morocco has made South-South cooperation and African integration an unchanging strategic choice. And based on that vision of His Majesty the King, the private sector in the Kingdom of Morocco has been engaged in this economic dynamic under the stewardship of His Majesty the King. The Moroccan businesses are present in many African countries. They contribute to financing projects, developing infrastructure, promoting the industry and the transfer of technology and expertise, building or capacity building, creation of jobs. And the aim never was to just seek greater, bigger and larger markets, but to create added value and promote productivity, build economic strategies that are sustainable and partnerships that are sustainable and that are based on a win-win approach. The achievement of this ambition means that we have to move from the diagnosis phase to that of implementation, focusing on a number of priorities that are strategic and that complement one another. Foremost of which is to activate the continental free trade area, and the development, logistical connections and energy between the African countries is also a prerequisite for the reinvigoration of the value chains and to promote trade and services on the continent. In addition to this, we have to mobilize funds for the small and medium enterprises as well as startups, because they are the main engine for the promotion of economic activity and the creation of jobs. We also have to invest in human capital, in technological skills, and in AI, which are key to developing an African economy and trade that is more competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has today a historic opportunity to become one of the major hubs for the developments on the global stage. Therefore, when to achieve that, we have to make sure that the private sector is at the heart of economic policies, because it is the partner that can turn this vision into investments and investments into growth. The Moroccan Confederation of Businesses will continue to be fully engaged in order to promote investment, economic cooperation, and building an environment that is more competitive than ever. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have now the pleasure to go to the floor Her Excellency Senator Souhair Al-Ali. She's the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. She's the President of our second Committee on Economic Affairs, and she's the former Minister of Planning of Jordan. Souhair.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful,
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be here in Marrakesh today for the 4th edition of the PAM Marrakesh Economic Forum, in my capacity as PAM Vice President and President of the Second Standing Committee. Allow me to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for his high patronage granted to this forum, and to the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco for its generous hospitality and continued commitment to this forum. I would like to thank also the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund for partnering with PAM in the organization of this important event. It is particularly encouraging to see this forum continue to grow and consolidate its role as the leading parliamentary platform for dialogue across the Euro-Mediterranean and the Gulf regions, especially at a time when platforms such as this are more necessary than ever. And I'm also very pleased to see such a strong participation from African and Latin American parliaments, because today's global challenges are deeply interconnected across different regions and require a truly unified cross-continental response. Compared to last year, the context in which we meet has significantly evolved. New geopolitical developments are reshaping global economic dynamics, exposing structural vulnerabilities and placing increasing pressure on our regions. This is a moment of profound transformation, marked by ongoing conflicts and geopolitical tensions that continue to affect global stability, while the accelerating climate crisis is placing growing pressures on fragile systems. At the same time, rapid technological change, especially in artificial intelligence, is redefining both the opportunities and the risks facing our societies. In this evolving context, PAM has progressively strengthened its role as a platform for parliamentary dialogue and cooperation. The committee that I am proud to chair has been working relentlessly on these issues. And today, PAM celebrates its 20th anniversary. And I'm proud to say that PAM was launched in my country, in my home country, Jordan, 20 years ago. And we can say that PAM, after 20 years, is the leading platform for parliamentary cooperation in our regions and beyond, and a key international actor in the global arena. Today, PAM is a trustworthy partner of all the leading international financial institutions, as witnessed this year with the World Bank and the IMF partnership for our forum. It engages at the global level with key UN agencies on sustainable development goals, often the only parliamentary organization to do so, becoming the sole and leading voice of parliamentarians from our region at all international fora. PAM also closely works with parliaments across the world beyond its traditional geographical scope, such as the US Congress or the Parliament of Armenia and Azerbaijan, both of which have recently become observer members of PAM. At the same time, we have continued to deepen engagement with the private sector and regional stakeholders, notably through cooperation with the Association of the Mediterranean Chambers of Commerce and Industry, ASCAMI, the leading regional platform on this, and with which PAM will sign an MOU tomorrow. And this is also thanks to the establishment of this forum. A leading economic platform over the years has managed to bring together parliamentarians, government officials, international organizations, the private sector, and the academia to discuss the most pressing regional issues and strategies to foster long-term prosperity and sustainable economic development. This forum now is in its 4th edition, has advanced women's empowerment, while our investment in younger generations through ties with renewed universities and the PAM Youth Initiative, which is further developed in 2026 and will be launched towards the end of this year, aims to strengthen engagement and ensure continuity across our policy agenda. Taken together, these efforts show that PAM is not only responding to global challenges, but is actively contributing to shaping integrated and forward-looking solutions across economic, environmental, technological, and social dimensions. I am fully aware that the challenges before us are significant, but so too is our collective capacity to respond. I'm confident that the discussions and outcome of the 4th edition of the Marrakesh Economic Parliamentary Forum will further contribute to advancing concrete and coordinated solutions while reinforcing cooperation, dialogue, and regional integration across the Euro-Mediterranean and the Gulf regions. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish us all a very successful forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Alali. And now we will have the pleasure to listen to an address by His Excellency Sven Clement, Member of the Parliament of Luxembourg, who is the chair of the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank and IMF, our important partner in today's event.
President Bouteflika, President Centimero, Excellencies, honorable colleagues, distinguished guests. It is a genuine regret that I cannot be with you in Marrakesh today. My absence is owed entirely to our plenary week in Luxembourg, where parliamentary obligations keep me anchored at home. So please accept my apologies and know that my thoughts are very much with this forum. Let me begin by thanking our hosts, the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco and President Oudver Rachid, for their generous hospitality and for convening us under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. Marrakesh is a fitting setting for a conversation that bridges the Euro-Mediterranean, the Gulf and Africa. Permettez-moi de m'adresser un instant à nos hôtes dans la langue de Molière. Je tiens à exprimer...
I would like to express my gratitude to the Chamber of Councilors for the Kingdom of Morocco for their warm welcome and for organizing this forum. It's an honor for our Parliamentary Network to work with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Together, we have a shared conviction. It's by cooperation of our governments that we give power to multilateral institutions. I sincerely regret not being able to be with you today.
World Bank Group and the IMF, I want to underline how much we value our partnership with the PAM. The challenges on your agenda today, public debt, investment in artificial intelligence, the blue economy, food security, and the promise of AFCFTA are precisely the issues where parliamentarians must hold institutions accountable and turn dialogue into delivery. None of this works in isolation. Our cooperation with PAM and with the wider family of regional parliamentary networks gathered here today is what gives our collective voice real weight. We are stronger when we coordinate, share scrutiny, and speak as one to the multilateral institutions that shape our citizens' prospects. In that spirit, let me extend a warm invitation. This October, the network will convene its Global Parliamentary Forum in Bangkok on the margins of the World Bank and IMF annual meetings. I would be delighted to welcome PAM and our partner networks there, to carry this dialogue forward and bring our shared priorities directly to the bank and the fund. Please consider this an open door. I wish you 2 days of productive and ambitious debate. The network stands ready to carry your conclusions forward into our own engagements. Thank you, and my warmest regards to all of you gathered in Marrakesh.
Thanks to Honorable Clement for his important statement. And now I have the pleasure to call here to the podium His Excellency Ahmed bin Salam Al Musalam, the President of the Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, peace be upon his prophets, his family and companions. Excellencies, Mr. Mohammed Rachid, President of the Council of the Chamber of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Rachid Talbi Alami, President of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Giulio De Metro, President of the Parliamentary Assembly for the Euro-Mediterranean, ladies and gentlemen, Presidents of Councils and Parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm here with you today on the occasion of this fourth forum of the Parliamentary Economic Forum of Marrakesh. And I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Ould Rachid for his kind invitation and for the warm welcome that was extended to us. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt, economics and politics have a strong and deep interaction with one another and allow the countries to trace their future and national strategy. In the context of this important forum, We are here to discuss the prospects and the major challenges that we are facing. We would like to highlight the importance of regional cooperation in a Euro-Mediterranean framework, including the Gulf countries in Africa, in view of enhancing regional and economic integration between our countries. The stability of the Strait of Hormuz and the economic stability around the world are a prerequisite for a greater stability in this tormented world. Bahrain is fully aware that maritime security and security of maritime navigation are key for stability of global trade. His Majesty Al Khalifa, may God assist him, and his brother, the King Mohammed VI, with the support of Mr. Salman Al Khalifa, President of the Council of Ministers, and their close collaboration, aim to build an effective, tangible partnership in this sense. The Kingdom of Bahrain is striving to strengthen its ties of cooperation with European countries and with countries from the Mediterranean basin for the service of the shared interests. Parliaments are a key platform for dialogue, for bridging and bringing the positions closer, and for common action to rise up to the challenges that our people and our countries are facing. Security matters and geographic matters bring about all of the importance of this cooperation that makes it possible to translate these aspirations into policies and tangible action plans. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, the deepening of economic cooperation between our countries is an absolute necessity if we wish to overcome these challenges and offer our people development opportunities and opportunities for prosperity. The security of maritime corridors, electrification, investment in infrastructure, all of these are key investments for sovereignty and security of the different nations. And here I would like to mention stability of trade in the Strait of Hormuz. The Mediterranean Sea is a key artery for the global economy. More than 30% of international trade goes through the Mediterranean. The Arab Gulf is also key. There's more than 20% of the global traffic of oil and gas that goes through there. Iran is hampering trade in the region, and it's a flagrant violation of international law. All of this is compelling us to review the flows and traffic of oil and gas around the world. And the attempts to destabilize the Arab Gulf. These are not only regional issues, these are international issues because they have an impact on insurance costs and stability of trade in Africa and around the world. I would like to call on the Parliamentary Assembly to adopt a declaration, an open declaration to invite Iran to cease its international actions, in particular in the Strait of Hormuz, because whoever threatens the stability of the Strait of Hormuz today will threaten the stability of international trade and global trade everywhere around the world. The signing of a memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran for a ceasefire is an important step towards strengthened mutual trust and towards sustainable, lasting peace in the Middle East and around the world. We would like to reiterate the position of the Kingdom of Bahrain, calling for Iran to respect its international commitments and to comply with the resolutions of the UN Security Council, as well as the resolution of human rights, in order to guarantee security of maritime navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and the dismantling of terrorist networks and other proxies in the region which are funded by Iran. We would also like to invite the international community to work in favor of sustainable peace in the Middle East and in Palestine in particular. We are convinced that the parliaments of the Mediterranean region have the necessary wisdom to build a new order based on sovereignty, freedom of movement, security of navigation, economic security of our countries as well. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for organizing this forum. This is an outstanding forum, and I would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for their attachment to dialogue between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Thank you for your attention.
I wish to thank President Salman Al-Busalam.
I would like
Very clear and always very strong about the condemnation of the military operation against unprovoked military operation from Iran against the neutral countries of the Gulf. This has been clear from the first day. Said so, now I have the pleasure to ask you to the floor my dear friend and colleague Senator Haddad, the Vice President of the House of Councilors of Morocco, who will take over the facilitation of this conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergio. Excellencies, distinguished guests, every successful economic transformation rests on vision translated into public policy and implemented through institutions. It is therefore fitting that we now hear from representatives of the government of Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco, whose leadership continues to position Morocco as a platform of dialogue, investment, and regional connectivity. إذن يطيب لنا أن نستمع الآن لممثل الحكومة.
Now give the floor to the representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco. I now give the floor to Mr. Nizar Baraka, Minister of Equipment and Water. Sir, you have the floor. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, the Mohammed Rashid, distinguished Presidents of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, distinguished Speakers and Presidents of Parliamentary unions and Shura councils, distinguished parliamentarians, honorable representatives of international organizations, economic stakeholders, distinguished presidents of the Moroccan Confederation of Businesses, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. I would like, at the start of my remarks, to express my sincere thanks to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, and to the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank Group and the IMF for holding this edition, which is convening under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. I thank you for choosing topics and themes that are topical. We are meeting today, and the world is facing interconnected crises. Political and economic crisis have an impact on other aspects, and the water stress has also impacts on other sectors. And the financing is a key element in the ability of countries to ensure their transition towards the further developments. The infrastructure in this framework is especially important. It is the backbone of economic activity, and it is the real link between vision and implementation. Given that, from this perspective, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty the King, Morocco believes that the infrastructure, not just roads and dams, it's a means and a bridge between the citizens and the state institutions, between the different perspectives and the different partnerships at local and regional levels. The Kingdom of Morocco has, thanks to this vision, a major experience. Morocco has a road network that stretches over 7,000 kilometers. And there are 102,000 kilometers of highways and 2,300 freeways, including the Tiznit and Dakhla section that makes it possible to reach the southern part of our country. In the area of water, there are 156 large dams with a total capacity of 21 billion cubic meters, in addition to a number of small dams and desalination plants to the scope of 110 million cubic meters of desalinated water. This is a key element to ensure access to water and also to promote agriculture and the country's effectiveness as far as tackling the climate change impacts. Morocco has 44 ports, 14 of them are trade ports, and 22 ports for fisheries activities. And the overall capacity is 390 million tons a year, which means that our country has a major influence at a global and regional level at in this regard. Our country has sought to promote next generation ports that are serving as logistics and industrial hubs. The Tanger Med port is the first Mediterranean port in the Mediterranean region and Africa. It makes it possible to establish links between the different components and speed to reach the international ports. The Nador West Med is also a major hub for economic activity, and the Atlantic port will be also a major port that will promote the trade through the coastline from the Sahel regions and Western Africa. That is in keeping with the the royal initiative to enable the Sahel countries to have access to the Atlantic and also to develop the Atlantic Ocean as a pillar for development. Ladies and gentlemen, From another perspective, we should mention what has been achieved in terms of single windows in all of the Moroccan ports to facilitate the procedures and increase competitiveness from the logistical standard, reducing the administrative time and ensure that there is a smooth flow as far as the supply chains are concerned. The blue economy is also a lever for development and employment, especially in the Mediterranean and Atlantic and Gulf regions. And given this, the government seeks to ensure that the ports are sustainable, making sure that there is decarbonation at this level and promoting green energy in order to protect our marine resources and ensure our integration and sustainability is a key element in order to achieve successful access to the international markets. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recall that the role of parliamentarians is especially important in this regard. The parliaments come up with the legislative frameworks for the promotion of investment, transparency, sustainable development, and the protection of natural resources. It opens the way to a new generation of cross-border partnerships. We therefore look forward to the recommendations of this forum in order to build a Euro-African and Mediterranean and Gulf framework that can be more open to innovation and that is more committed to sustainability and that is aware of the fact that the future of our peoples is not built on narrow-minded competitive considerations, but by cooperation and solidarity between us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Minister, for all of these ideas. Very insightful on the importance of infrastructure, of ports and dams. Now I'll hand it over to Mr. Skouri, Minister of Economic Integration of SMEs and Employment. You have the floor, sir. In the name of God, most graceful, most merciful, peace be upon the prophets, honorable President of the House of Councilors, honorable President of the Euro-Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, President of CGM, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. If we were in a meeting of public experts, we would have talked about plans and programs and vision and the way we evaluate policies as being specific steps in achieving what we are aspiring to do today. However, today we're fortunate to have or to meet in a different forum that stands out by the presence of representatives from the people, representatives of the people. What our world is experiencing today is probably calling us to, in addition to ideas and theses that economists or business people or managers in charge of implementing public policies. So in addition to that, we probably need more of the population that lives day to day and sees the impact of these policies every day, namely the citizens. Cross-border continental projects must first and foremost stem from the desire or wills of the people, harmonious will of the people. And we have the responsibility to look at future prospects and to link them to the challenges that citizens are facing and experiencing. In this respect, we need to recall, as this has been said by my predecessors, that the themes that were chosen for this forum are highly topical themes, and they are extremely important. They have to do with economic integration and debates on topics like debt and what this debt represents symbolically and as a burden for future generations. The theme that you have chosen, which is related to the digital economy, artificial intelligence, and what they represent in terms of challenges and I would say even threats to traditional functions and to traditional management methods. According to the latest statistics, 13 to 22% of the decrease in jobs around the world for new graduates are replaced by artificial intelligence. The theme that you chose is key. It was addressed by my predecessor. It concerns water, the climate in general, security, as well as food security, combined with the geopolitical crisis that we're experiencing today. And this is at the heart of our concerns. But allow me to add another theme, which you know very well, and that is the role of human capital. In a direct and detailed manner, I would like to, in this respect, share the vision of His Majesty Mohammed VI. May God assist him. More than 13 years ago, he regularized more than 50,000 cases from our sub-Saharan brothers living in Morocco. This regularization means that any economic integration cannot take place without the need to attach special importance to human factors. We cannot convince our people, whatever our plans or ambitions, economic ambitions that bring us together, we cannot convince them of the sincerity of our vision without taking into account their human rights, their fundamental rights. This regularization of more than 50,000 Africans living in Morocco, Morocco has become a host country after being a country of transit. It has given economic projects their full meaning. And so it is necessary, ladies and gentlemen, that in our various discussions and workshops, we need to take this dimension into account. There's training and capacity building in all areas so that the countries can diversify their supply chain and their production. I'm saying this as a representative of Morocco, a country neighboring Europe, but that is also in the Mediterranean basin and that has access to the Atlantic coastline. diversification and building skills, vocational training, and we have more than 10 training centers, international ones, with partnerships. We have partnerships with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Capacity building and vocational training should be at the heart of our strategy. This human dimension, ladies and gentlemen, can only become a reality if we adopt strong economic projects. The parliamentarians are called to show courage, to move forward, and to transform the reality of our societies through the three functions of parliament: legislation, which consists in making laws; supervision or oversight, so that parliamentarians are given immunity, and the evaluation of public policies, without which there can be no efficiency, whether it's in terms of investments, employment, or infrastructure. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing these ideas on the challenges in the era of artificial intelligence. I would like to say that economic inclusion cannot be done without human factors and without training the skills. You talked about migration, smart migration. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Abdulsamad Khayyouh, Minister of Transport and Logistics. Honorable Minister, over to you.
In the name of God, most merciful, most gracious, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors, Mr. Mohammed Ould al-Rashid, Mr. President of the Mediterranean Assembly of the Mediterranean, distinguished President of the Moroccan Confederation of Businesses, distinguished ministers, distinguished speakers and presidents of legislative councils, honorable members of parliament, distinguished representatives of international and economic organizations and institutions, ladies and gentlemen. I am particularly happy to be with you here to take part in this session on Africa, and that is being held within the framework of the fourth Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum, and which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the House of Councilors, as well as to the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank Group and the IMF for the commendable efforts made to ensure the success of this forum meeting. I'm also happy because I was a member for two terms in the Mediterranean Assembly, and I keep very good memories of that. The topic of our meeting today on the African free trade agreements and the Euro-African value chains raises a key question: how to make sure Africa, that represents about 1.5 billion people, to a full-fledged hub for production, investment, and economic resilience. The answer, in my perspective, goes through or hinges on the transport and logistics network, which is the backbone of any real integration process. Free trade is possible only if there is actual connectivity, and this is done through multimodal transport systems that can bring different parts together and reduce the transport costs and enable African businesses to integrate and be part of regional and global value chains. And this is exactly what the Kingdom of Morocco is using under the enlightened vision and leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. His Majesty has made South-South cooperation a strategic policy choice for the Kingdom of Morocco and a key element for a win-win partnership and for the common interests sought by our countries. Allow me to pause at three major projects that are undertaken by the Kingdom of Morocco. Each one of them reflects a strategic dimension at African level. And we have the air, the maritime, and the transport or land transports. And I would like to share with you some of the information that gives you an idea about this project and its tangible impact on African populations. The air connections aims to ensure that we have a common sky in Africa used by our African peoples. Our continent accounts for only 2 to 3% of the air passengers in the world, which means 160 million passengers, whereas the statistics that were published by the International Aviation Organization talks about 4.5 billion passengers a year. And this figure by 2050 will stand at about 12 billion passengers. And therefore, we have to ask the question, how many airports, how many planes do we need to achieve this figure that seems to be far away, that is 2050, but it is only 23 years away. Despite the fact that Africa has more than 1/6 of the world population, we seek to make sure that the MUTA project for air transport seeks to we have about 83 countries that are member states, African members, member states that represent 80% of the air connection activity. The liberation of skies will make it possible to have 1.5 to 4 billion dollars a year to the GDP and to create 600,000 to 800,000 direct jobs. The Kingdom of Morocco has joined this initiative in 2019 because it is convinced that the benefits that it has reaped from the liberation of skies or the opening of skies, the Open Sky Initiative with the Open Sky Initiative with the EU can be replicated at the African level. And the Kingdom of Morocco has renewed its engagement last week in Togo by participating actively into the international conference that was held in Lomé under the motto United African Skies that are more competitive and sustainable. And I was honored to lead the Moroccan delegation to that continental conference. And the aim is to be able to promote cooperation and to come up with policies that can turn political promises and engagements into concrete outcomes for the continent of Africa. The Royal Air Maroc, the Moroccan carrier, thanks to the instructions of His Majesty the King, has more than 70 planes and it links about 50 airports in 25 African countries on a daily basis. They are all linked to the Casablanca airport. It is thus one of the major players as far as air transport in Africa is concerned. The company seeks by 2037 to have 200 planes and to extend its network to 130 destinations, which means that the Casablanca Mohammed V airport will be one of the 3 major airports at African level. And there is also the Airport 2030 program. There will be there is an airport that is being built in Casablanca. It will be finished by 2029, and in addition to other airports, and there will move from 14 million to 80 million passengers a year by 2030. Second, the transport of goods. Of course, there is cargo transport, and we build on this to promote trade with African countries. And of course, the transport of goods is particularly important. And in this regard, the southern provinces of the Kingdom of Morocco in the Sahara are a key link and a natural gateway to the sister nation Mauritania and all the way south in sub-Saharan Africa through a program that seeks to make sure that more than 1,000 hectares can be used for this purpose to promote trade. In the Gargarat border entry point is one of the key gateways for the promotion of trade and logistics. There will be major investments in this as part of this project to promote economic zones. These projects are part of a larger project that is related to the Dakhla Atlantic port, as mentioned by the Minister of Water and Equipment. It will contribute to economic integration in addition to the Gargarat crossing point and Argoub and Dakhla. And the Dakhla wa Dahab region is a full-fledged hub for logistics and transport in keeping with the vision of His Majesty the King. This major hub is not competitive with other platforms, but there is complementarity to. I would like to conclude by saying that these 3 projects, the maritime and land transport projects, are a reflection of the vision and the role played by Morocco as a link between Africa and Europe, using modern infrastructure and an opening up policy and advanced partnerships that include energy, transport of goods, and air transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this intervention. In your intervention, you talked about logistics, transport, economic integration, as well as South-South cooperation. I would like to mention that this screen shows specific times, so please look at it so that you can conclude on time. You can see the time that is allotted to you. So now I will give the floor to Madam Ben Yahya, Minister of Solidarity, Social Integration, and the Family. Honorable Minister, over to you. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Honorable President of PAM, Vice President of the House of Councilors, Presidents of delegations and institutions, regional organizations, President of CGEM, dear guests. It's an honor to express my gratitude to the President of the House of Councilors for his generous invitation. I'm very happy to take part in this fourth edition of the PAM Forum for the Mediterranean region and the Gulf region under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. We see a number of partners here, and I would like to pay tribute to the efforts made by the organizers to provide this platform where we can share ideas on economic, social, environmental issues, which today represent shared challenges for the countries in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is particularly important to us given the international situation, which is characterized by growing challenges from a social, economic, and environmental point of view. And this requires more cooperation. And we need innovative solutions. And in the face of all these changes, it is necessary to adopt new approaches that make investments a new driver to strengthen social justice. International experience shows us that economies that are successful are those that strike a balance between economic growth and social justice. And so these are societies that leave no one behind. We need dignity and prosperity of citizens. This needs to be at the heart of every policy decision. Under the leadership of His Majesty, may God assist him, we've adopted a model that reconciles economic aspects and social dimensions for development. His Majesty the King has indicated in one of his speeches that we always strive to look at economic growth and the improvement of the livelihood of our citizens. This guideline came with some reforms to improve the conditions of citizens. In line with these guidelines, the Ministry of Solidarity and Social Integration has adopted some social policies in order to empower the most disadvantaged categories. And in this framework, it aims to set up some initiatives and programs based on areas including enhancing the economic integration of women, putting a gender dimension into the investment policy, investment in social services, and in Morocco, we are thinking of an economy of care that leaves room for investment and employment. Digitalization has become key. In the ministry, we are working to set up a system that benefits from artificial intelligence while giving people their rightful place and without putting their rights to employment and social protection in danger. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my gratitude to the organizers of this event, and I firmly believe that the works of this session will be an opportunity to enhance parliamentary dialogue and to exchange best practices to ensure a more promising future for the Mediterranean region and for the Gulf region. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this speech on social protection and digitalization and social rights. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Mr. Karim Zidan, the Minister in charge of investments, convergence, and evaluation of public policies.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors, distinguished Presidents of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, distinguished Ministers, Honorable Speakers of Parliaments, distinguished Presidents of the Moroccan Confederation of Businesses, distinguished representatives of the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank Group and the IMF. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you to take part in this fourth Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum for the Parliament for the Euro-Mediterranean and the Gulf region, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco and to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the Parliamentary Network of the Arab World Bank Group and the IMF and all the partners that have made it possible for us to meet for this economic forum today. This forum is now building on extensive experience and it is a key platform for the exchange of views in the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions. It is also a framework for the ways and means in which we can address the climate, logistics, and economic challenges, as well as the geopolitical, making sure that we turn them into opportunities for investments and production and economic integration in Africa. In particular, this meeting is being held at a delicate time, which is characterized by major changes, sweeping changes. The global value chains are being restructured. There are also geopolitical pressures and conflicts that are looming large on global trade, on energy. And this creates more pressures on a number of economies at a time when the climate change is a fact on the ground that is felt on a daily basis and that affects the socioeconomic conditions of the populations. These are complex challenges, but they have in their opportunities for economic cooperation and integration in order to come up with a model that is based on trust, on innovation and economic integration. Therefore, this attests to the importance of this forum. And it is not enough to just diagnose the constraints. We need to come up with visions and partnerships to have feasible solutions. Under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, Morocco has made a productive investment a lever for economic and social development. Investments is not just does not simply consist in funding projects. It contributes to economic sovereignty, to the transfer of technology, the creation of jobs, and it makes it possible to address gaps as well. The attractiveness of the Kingdom of Morocco is key in promoting investment and coming up with added value, as is the case with the automobile and aeronautics industry, and the digital transformation, pharmaceutical production, and all of these are sectors that contribute to a Moroccan integrated economy. In addition to the incentives, Morocco has major economic assets that increase its competitive edge, including stability, institutional stability, as well as a clear policy in addition to human capital and infrastructure that is modern, such as the Tangier Med port and the bullet train between Tangier and Casablanca. There are also major projects such as the Atlantic port in Dakhla. This reflects the role that Morocco plays in order to promote its competitive edge. The ambition of the Kingdom of Morocco is not just limited to achieving economic production. We seek to serve as a bridge between Africa and Europe and the Arab world, especially the Gulf states. The Kingdom of Morocco, thanks to its geographic location and economic policies, seeks to build on its location to make sure that it serves as for the complementarity between our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, building a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf landscape that is more open to Africa means that we have to transition from limited exchanges to strategic policies and move to integrated value chains building on innovation. We need to also move from the quantitative to qualitative development that has an impact on the populations. The challenges we are facing in our region are multifarious and complex, but thanks to the our joint action, we can turn challenges into opportunities to usher in a new era of cooperation that is based on economic integration, the sharing of expertise, and co-prosperity. To conclude, I wish this fourth edition of the Marrakesh Economic Forum full success, and I hope that your discussion and debate would lead to feasible, concrete recommendations that contribute to building a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf area that is more solidarity-based and more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We talked about attractiveness, investment, and the role of Morocco as a gateway between Africa, Europe, and the countries from the Middle East. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Omar Hajira, Secretary of State with the Ministry of Industry and Trade in charge of foreign trade. The Minister is speaking to the Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, honorable deputies, good morning. It is a pleasure for me to take part in the works of the fourth edition of the Euro-Mediterranean Forum, including the Gulf countries, organized under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. In this old city, which for centuries has been a crossroads between various cultures and civilizations, I would also like to express my gratitude and my heartfelt thanks to the House of Councilors of Morocco and the Parliament Assembly of Mediterranean for organizing this excellent forum that reflects a growing awareness of the geopolitical and economic challenges that are unprecedented and that affect the global economy. Through our gathering, we are reiterating the fact that this forum is no longer simply a platform for exchange. It is a lever for strengthening our future cooperation, which blends the Euro-Mediterranean dimension as well as the Gulf dimension. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are experiencing a very complex economic situation. The wars and geopolitical conflicts have led to violent shocks in the global economy. This has affected very seriously the supply chain, and there was an increase in insurance costs and an increase in production costs. These serious disruptions of the global economy have led to a record rise in prices, in particular the price of oil. These have also impacted international trade, as the maritime corridors and other international flows have changed course. This has seriously affected international trade. And so ever since, the situation is much more serious than the one we had experienced during COVID-19 crisis. Economic and commercial cooperation between our regions seems, therefore, to be an absolute necessity in light of the global context that we are experiencing today. Intra-Arab trade continues to lag, and we must step up our efforts to strengthen it. AFCFTA is also a unique opportunity for sustainable development of the African region. This is a vast market that has significant weight internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, the royal guidelines in Morocco have made it possible to set up an inclusive plan. Under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty, Morocco has become an industrial hub and a bridge between Europe, Africa, and the Gulf countries. Morocco has become the leading industrialized country in Africa and the Arab world, with an industry whose competitiveness is very high, with more than 1 million cars produced each year. Morocco today is the leading exporter of green vehicles to the European Union. Morocco is also a home to about 40 international companies. Any plane that flies today has a component produced in Morocco. Morocco has several strategic ports, major strategic ports, that allow Morocco to be a portal to Africa and to the rest of the world. Morocco has become an example, a role model in terms of renewable energy, with more than 52% of its energy mix from renewable sources. Morocco has signed more than 10 memorandums of understanding with a large number of partners. The European Union is a preferred partner to Morocco, with a 7.6% increase in trade every year. I should also mention the quality of relations of cooperation between Morocco and the Gulf countries and the avant-garde initiatives launched by the King of Morocco that aim to facilitate access of sub-Saharan countries to the Atlantic. Morocco is also striving to facilitate trade with African partners and global partners. And I am convinced that your active participation to the work of this forum will lead to bold decisions and promising decisions for the future of the region. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now the Secretary of State will be with us tomorrow for a dedicated session for Africa, where we will address the free trade, the AFCFTA. So now, please watch a short video on this event.
Profound transformation. Economic balances are shifting. Trade dynamics are being reshaped. Geopolitical landscapes are evolving. Climate challenges are intensifying. One reality stands clear. These transformations call for coordinated responses centered around a critical question. How can we turn change into sustainable opportunities? On June 19th to 20th, 2026, Marrakesh will host the 4th edition of the Parliamentary Economic Forum. Held under the high patronage of His Majesty, King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. The forum is organized by the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly, PAM, in collaboration with the General Confederation of Moroccan Enterprises, CGEM, the Parliamentary Network on the World Bank and IMF, and the International Monetary Fund. As a leading regional platform for parliamentary dialogue between the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions, the forum will provide a unique space for exchanging perspectives on cooperation, economic integration, and shared development opportunities between Africa and the Euro-Mediterranean area. Addressing global economic challenges, strengthening regional integration. As part of the Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum, a dedicated African side event will be held under the theme, the AFCFTA, and Euro-African value chain connectivity, towards an integrated area of co-production, investment, and economic resilience. Bringing together policymakers, parliamentarians, business leaders, and development partners, this dialogue will explore new pathways for sustainable growth, investment, and shared prosperity across regions. Accelerating investment in artificial intelligence, building a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf AI hub, developing sustainable digital infrastructure, empowering, attracting, and retaining talent. As AI reshapes economies and societies, fostering innovation while ensuring ethical and inclusive development has become a strategic imperative for the region. Driving the creation of sustainable jobs, supporting small and medium-sized enterprises and startups as engines of innovation and growth, unlocking the strategic potential of the blue economy, a catalyst for economic growth, resilience, and long-term prosperity. Addressing the impact of climate change on food security, building resilient, inclusive, and gender-responsive agri-food systems, because lasting stability also depends on justice, equity, and shared opportunity. In Marrakesh, parliamentarians are shaping concrete solutions. The future is not something we endure, it is something we decide.
I have now the pleasure to invite here to the podium His Excellency Mohammed Aboulenin. He is the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for Mediterranean, 43 member states, our sister assembly, but also Honorable Aboulenin is the President Emeritus of PAM. Welcome.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Mohammed al-Rashid, the distinguished Brother Julio Semero, President of the PAM, distinguished speakers of parliaments and heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to take part in this important forum meeting on this auspicious day as we start a new Hijra year, and we look forward to the blessings of this conference and pray that Almighty God grant us success. I would like in this regard to express my sincere thanks to the sister nation, the Kingdom of Morocco, its king, may God assist him, its government, may it be successful, and its parliament may it also be successful, and its generous people. I hope that God will shower more blessings on the Kingdom of Morocco. Distinguished colleagues, we all know that the world today is being re-engineered from the economic standpoint, and that the challenges are looming large. They include conflicts, geopolitical disputes, economic quarrels sometimes, and also challenges, global challenges that also affect this major part of our world. We know what is happening, and I would like to take this opportunity to commend and hail the agreement that was concluded by the President Trump of the United States and Iran. And we pray that to Almighty God that this will bring peace to the entire region. And I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all those who contributed to the mediators, to the neighboring countries, the role of Egypt, Pakistan, Qatar, all the countries that have contributed to bringing about peace to the region. I also commend the role of the Arab and Gulf countries, especially Gulf countries that were attacked, and they have been wise not to respond, and they showed a lot of responsibility in dealing with the crisis. Distinguished colleagues, the economic integration we're seeking in our regions cannot be seen without taking into account the rights of the Palestinian people. We have to keep in mind that this is the crux of the matter. This is the hotbed of tension in the region. And just as President Trump managed to stop the war yesterday and to stop the destruction that was going on, the destruction in 7 months ago when he came to Egypt and talked to President Abdel Fattah Sisi. This was a dream to stop that destruction and that war in Gaza, and they managed to stop that war and to come up with a roadmap for the future. This is the key to prosperity and peace. It is also the key to the economic integration. We have to keep in mind that this is the hotbed of tension in the region, and I hope that we will go back to treating and addressing the problem of Palestine and making sure that there is a two-way solution that is implemented, and going back to a solution that is based on the 4th June 1967 borders. We know what is going on in our region, and we know that we are expected to do a lot. Last October, the European Union came up with a new charter. This charter laid down a roadmap for a lot of for a number of coming years. at a time when the visions were quite different and have been for the last 13 months. But now we have a new charter that has laid down the foundations for future action. It takes into consideration the challenges that need to be resolved, including the one that deals with the youth, with technological progress, with the empowerment of women, with tapping all the resources of the South, be it the Arab countries in the Mediterranean and even in other parts of Africa. And therefore, we definitely are dealing with this challenge. I wanted to address this question about this charter, especially that no one has touched upon this. And this charter involves more than 100 tangible initiatives that cover all trade areas, including infrastructure in particular, basic infrastructure. And I want to say quite proudly that in Egypt, we have done a lot. Egypt is now prepared, not because of its geographical location, but also because of the investment. It has come up with a number of legislative texts that promote investments, that promote the role of the Suez Canal, and to make sure that more than 20,000 kilometers that were developed. We have and they are wide. These are wide roads, about 8 meters wide on each side, and the infrastructure, basic infrastructure, has grown fivefold, and now it is the aim is for Egypt to be a hub, be it in Alexandria and Dumyat, and also the southern parts of Egypt. It talks about the role of the cities, the new industrial cities, and there were about 50 of them in the last 10 years. And the urban development in Egypt is unprecedented. The Egyptians have now benefited from projects covering 6% of our territory, and we have managed to increase the urban areas that to about 12% now, whereas it stood at 6% in the past. Today, the preparation or the development of this basic infrastructure in Egypt is accompanied by infrastructure, about 120 universities now that are dedicated to research and to further developments in the academic level, and it has partnerships with China, with Europe, with many other parts of the world. So these are two elements of the infrastructure, and I think that we can be a link between the north and the south. We can talk to many countries that involve oil projects, economic activity, working with major multinationals, also gold areas and the exploitation of gold areas. So the Egyptian tourism is just fine. It is developing. We have we are about to achieve the 30 million targets, 30 million tourist targets, and today. And we've been talking a lot about what is happening within this initiative, involving the European Union. If there is a delegation there was a delegation that was composed of more than 50 members that came from the European Union, and they signed more than 50 projects with their Egyptian counterparts in many areas, including the green hydrogen, solar energy, electronics, petroleum industry, petrochemicals, and many other sectors that can contribute to greater added value as well as benefits, for unexpected benefits and unprecedented benefits. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I want to say that we are dealing with major challenges. So funding is an important financing. We need to find a solution, and we have to come up with the right foundations for this. And we have to make sure that all the small and small and medium businesses can be supported. And this is one of the key elements that we have to address. For 20 years, I was president of the Economic Committee in the Euro-Mediterranean Assembly. I suggested two important things. The first one was the Euro-Mediterranean University, and by the grace of the God, we have celebrated this in Fez, this creation of this university, and it contributes to science and technology, and it brings together many experts. And the element is the AI. This is a sector that is particularly important, that is a priority, and you mentioned this, and you mentioned the projects, and the AI is a major challenge for all of us. This is the modern language that we have to master, and of course it has pros and cons, and we have to take that into consideration, making sure we use this to address modern needs. AI is here, and we need to build on that. So we need to manage that properly, to make sure that we preserve at the same time our specificities and to contribute to greater accountability. This is the major framework of the AI. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I want to insist on the role of business people. They have to make the most of these opportunities and build on the transfer of technology and science. This is a real, genuine win-win partnership. This is what we want. We are partners in development. We are partners in innovation. We have the means, we have the assets, and we are not asking for help. We're asking for direct and indirect investment for the transfer of technology. We want the Middle East to be a hub for innovation and development, and at the same time preserve our specificities, make sure our youth have jobs, and we want to benefit from assets. And my last message to the media: these are important people that contribute, that criticize, that tell governments what they have to do. They assess also the work of governments, the work of academics, the works of parliamentarians. Therefore, there is a link between the parliamentarians, the media people, the governments, and if we work together, we can achieve our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Boulanin. Now, we have 1 hour delay on the program, so I would like to recall everyone who will come to stick to the 3 minutes that we have agreed. And I have the pleasure and honor now to invite to the podium His Excellency Rolando Patricio Gonzalez, who is the President of the Parliament of Latin America and the Caribbean, Parlatino.
Su Excelencia, señor Mohammed.
President of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, and President of the Shura and African Parliaments of the Arab world, Excellency Mr. Julio Santamero, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Parliamentary Authority of Africa, Europe, and the Arab world, and the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Honorable ministers, dear participants, it's very interesting to be able to listen to you today and to be part of this fourth edition of the Parliamentary Forum for the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions. This forum was organized by the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI in cooperation with the World Bank and the Parliamentary Network of the IMF. This forum is taking place in an international context that is particularly unprecedented in 2026. 2026 was very full of turbulence, an unprecedented year. In the face of a number of global challenges, new wars have been added, customs conflicts, coercive measures, violations of international law, and violations to multilateralism, free trade, and international cooperation. Lots of uncertainty on the international stage. But lasting peace cannot be imposed. Peace is built through dialogue and negotiation. If we want this peace to be lasting, and we need to respect the interests of all. So, the Caribbean is a region that we call the American Mediterranean. Well, this fourth edition of the forum in Marrakesh is a unique experience in terms of dialogue that makes it possible to have unity in diversity. From our regions, the Latin American parliaments, we promote bilateral relations with Europe and with Africa and the Arab world, not to mention Asia. Latin America is one of the most unequal regions in the world. We see all these global challenges in terms of trade. There are external shocks, such that 200 years after the independence of our republics, we are still fighting the winds of economic development in our countries. So there is this discussion on the economic free trade area in Africa and supply chains in the region for economic resilience. Small and medium-sized businesses, as well as startups, are an economic and innovation driver that is very dynamic in Latin America. SMEs represent 94.5% of the regional fabric, generated between 65 and 70% of jobs, of formal jobs. In Latin America, we welcome the willingness to promote investments in AI, as well as the creation of a Euro-Mediterranean hub dedicated to AI. This is a topic on which the Latin American Parliament prepared a model law less than a year ago. Our AI Index 2026 states that this development of AI is growing at an accelerating pace and is exceeding the adoption rate globally. But there are challenges in terms of underinvestments and infrastructure. The Latin American and Caribbean Parliament is focusing on the blue economy and is focusing its efforts to allow every citizen to flourish and to have the right to safe and sufficient food in this frame that's imposed by climate change. In our parliaments, if we want to face these extraordinary challenges of climate change, in 2025, we launched an initiative at the global level. This is the Parliamentary Alliance for Climate Action and for a Fair Transition. This alliance has a number of members from this part of the world: the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, the Popular Assembly of Algeria, the Union of Arab Parliaments. In Marrakesh, allow me to invite you to also access this and to provide your contribution for a better global governance of climate change. Before concluding, I would like to thank our hosts for their dedication and for their hospitality, which cements the very foundations of this fourth edition. Allow me, lastly, to say that a forum like this one highlights the relevance and legitimacy of sustainable development, because global peace is woven from human ties. Leaders are welcomed with respect, and we should also always make sure that peace reigns everywhere. Our peoples have always learned that union means strength. When in the context of the American conference, Jose Martin, the liberator, had already said what the compass should be for all humanity: union with the world and not with part of the world. It's not one part against the other. Thank you.
Au nom d'Allah,
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, honorable guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors, Mr. Mohammed Ould Rashid, I would like to thank you for the invitation extended, kindly extended to me. I would like to say how grateful I am for the very warm welcome and hospitality extended to us, and the honor you have given me to take the floor at this fourth edition of the Marrakesh Forum for the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions. This is a platform to express my gratitude, respectful gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for his vision, his untiring commitment and engagement for dialogue, for regional integration, for South-South partnership, and the economic cooperation in Africa and beyond. This vision, no doubt, gives fresh momentum to our platform for parliamentarians and institutions, international institutions, to tackle jointly the challenges at global level. I would like to also pay tribute to the organizers for the themes retained. And I would like to congratulate the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank and the group and the IMF to ensure the success of this forum. There are major changes that are taking place today, and there we can see that there is a lot of scattering and divisions within the framework of the multilateral system. We have we can also see the consequences of as a result of the problems and conflicts that exist in a number of regions. To address and rise to these challenges, we need to be aware, fully aware of the usefulness of economic integration. the location of the or the parts that the African continent plays in the international exchanges hinges on developing our economic integration and speeding up our industrializations. The AFCFTA represents in this regard a major opportunity for us. It gives us the opportunity to achieve transformation in Africa. The ECOWAS believes firmly in the importance and usefulness of the AFCFTA to promote the creation of wealth and to promote development. We need to make sure that we take into account the 2050 vision of ECOWAS in order to continue working on what we have started 50 years ago. You have been talking about the importance of economic integration, and we have to recognize the commitment of member states for the free circulation or free movement of goods and people in order to support the economic transformation on the continent. Needless to say, the parliaments have a crucial role to play in this transformation process. As representatives of the people, we are responsible for coming up with legislation that are empowering, enabling, in order to promote exchange, partnerships, and innovation. In this regard, parliamentary diplomacy remains a sine qua non condition in order to promote trust and encourage economic integration between our regions. Mr. Speaker, some years ago, we laid the foundations of this cooperation, and therefore I very much look forward to giving substance to this partnership that will make it possible to come up with joint initiatives in areas such as parliamentary and institutional cooperation and diplomacy and economic diplomacy. The Kingdom of Morocco is an essential entry point that links Africa to Europe and the Mediterranean and to the global economy. The Royal Initiative, the Royal Atlantic Initiative of His Majesty King Mohammed VI opens up fresh prospects for the strengthening of connectivity, trade, and investments between West Africa and the rest of Africa and the international markets. Therefore, we need to build on these opportunities in order to reinforce existing bridges for the current and future generations. On behalf of ECOWAS, I reassert our commitment to work through parliamentary cooperation to promote peace, regional integration, and sustainable development. I wish full success to this fourth edition of the Marrakesh Economic Forum and of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Comme c'est la première fois que le déclarement de ECOWAS arrive, thank President Ibrahima for her contribution. And now I have the pleasure to invite to the podium His Excellency René Daniel Comacho Quezada, the President of the Andean Parliament, Parlandino.
Su Excelencia, Señor
Excellency, Mr. Mohammed al-Rashid, the Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, I would like to extend our gratitude to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him, and to all of you. For me, it's an honor to speak before this assembly, this forum that represents Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. For 135 million inhabitants with a GDP that exceeds $1.5 billion, the deliberation body of this Andean community has decided to move from words and photos to action and has decided to consolidate a systemic approach between academia, the public and private worlds, and its relations with international bodies and brotherly countries. Dialogue is promising, but such a dialogue in forums like this one should also translate into tangible action. And actually, I would like to call upon all of you to work on indicators that would make it possible to measure our achievements, what we've done, and therefore work for the populations. Why not set the bar even higher? I will not speak long about this, but why not imagine a forum, a Latin American and Caribbean forum for Mediterranean countries, with the Gulf countries, to build something that could be South-South cooperation. It seems very important. Why not dream? Because the Andean Parliament, through myself and the authorities, we open our doors to each and every one of you. We're opening up the doors to you, to your countries, to your institutions. Because at the end of the day, this enhancement of South-South cooperation is key. We need to work jointly for the benefit of our populations, with which we have to do this, because we need to understand that politics is basically a service for the populations, that's rendered for the populations. Thank you.
To call to the podium Her Excellency Ms. Carla Lisbeth Gutierrez Herrera, the President of the Central American Parliament, Parlacen.
Muchísimas gracias.
Many thanks, and hello everyone, excellencies, presidents, honorable parliamentarians, representatives of international organizations, the private sector, academia, and civil society, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to speak before you, representing Guatemala, Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, as well as the Dominican Republic, that are part of this Central American Parliament during this fourth edition of the Parliamentary Forum of Marrakesh, a platform that's become one of strategic dialogue between different regions and that shares opportunities and challenges and a shared vision for development. I will try to speak slower. It's our problem for Latin America. I'm speaking too fast, which probably poses a problem to the interpreters. I would like to thank the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, as well as the organization of the World Bank and IMF, for bringing us together to share experiences and prepare innovative solutions to tackle the issues of our times. We are at a historic crossroads characterized, as each said, by major transformations on international trade and global value chains and the geopolitical values that illustrate this global economy. In the face of such a scenario, regional cooperation and South-South cooperation are no longer only options. They are instruments that make it possible to have a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development. I am convinced, I strongly believe that all of this is not just at random. I come from a regional forum on macroeconomics and the financial systems and integration systems from Central America, which we called Stability, Funding, and Integration in a Global Uncertain World. This initiative aims to implement a payment system, but unfortunately, we still haven't granted the necessary authorizations. But if this were to be implemented, it would be a regional structure operated by central banks in the region that would allow cross-border transfers in dollars to create new opportunities that allow for the development of an economic market in this region. As others have already said before me, we see economic pressure, market volatility, new inflationary pressures that create even more uncertainty on global economic growth. From the Central America and the Dominican Republic, we are monitoring these regional mechanisms, and our integration process is part of Central America, and we showed that if we are united, if we work with our friends like the Kingdom of Morocco that helps build capacity, we can better face tomorrow's challenges and allow for greater growth. Hence, the analysis of these regional instruments and trade instruments is very relevant. We consider that the future of our region needs to be founded on three essential pillars: strategic integration, international cooperation, and articulation between political bodies and social bodies. And so we have major initiatives like strengthening interregional dialogue with Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, as well as the production of spaces for cooperation that are very important today, especially since we need to face major challenges. The Kingdom of Morocco is actually playing a key role as a standing observer in this Central American Parliament. Its constant support has made it possible to strengthen the consolidation of a shared development agenda between our regions. And I'm almost done. This is why we welcome the fact that this forum can bring together players from the public and private sector, international organizations, academia, and civil society to find sustainable solutions. This convergence is key between divided visions. Our parliament is small, if I may say, but I don't feel small today at all. I am fully aware of the fact that there are parliamentary forums that are larger, of course, but we represent ideas that are big, and the countries change faster and develop faster when they develop together, much more so than when we move alone. And I reiterate the commitment of our parliament to continue to strengthen ties between our region and to continue to develop South-South cooperation for lasting peace and the well-being of our populations. And I would like to congratulate the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the Parliamentary Network of Banks and we are convinced once again that the discussions and deliberations of this event will contribute to the development of an architecture that would address the challenges of the 21st century. And I would like to conclude by saying this: Central American Parliament likes integration and likes Morocco. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our parliament is indeed small.
Congress of the Republic of Honduras.
Buenos días.
Good morning to you all. I'm very happy to be here and come from Honduras to represent my parliament. This is the first time that I come to Morocco. We were in 21. We launched a motion to recognize the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Morocco over the Sahara. The government of Honduras recognized this through diplomatic channel, an effort that was launched in 2021 and that was confirmed by our embassies, that is from the Central America. We represent the legislative power in that part of the world, in the Caribbean. This is something that for which we thank the Moroccan Parliament and the Moroccan government, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, for this economic forum, because it opens the way for our part of the world to know our region better and to build together an agenda with all the parliaments represented here. What we expect from this forum is not just the agreements that will be signed shortly, but we want also to make sure that these agreements come to the light of day, and then they are indispensable so that we can ensure the advancement of our peoples and for our countries. Central America has many assets to build economic development together with you, with all these countries. I ask you to come and encourage closer relations with our region. There are opportunities in many areas. We will be implementing the 4 pillars that were mentioned earlier, because we're not talking about international or global trade, which of course involves a lot of opportunity or economic opportunities for our countries, but we have also to promote AI, and this forum contributes significantly to this AI, which is, if it is leveraged properly, it can contribute to the advancement of our countries. Today, there are legislative texts here and there that can contribute to this, but there are in other parts no text specifically on AI, and therefore we have to promote that agenda. Food security is essential for our countries and our region. There are many sectors and regions in which people eat only once, and I know that this is the same thing in some parts of Africa and other parts of the world. And when we see, or when we look at the impacts of climate change, that is something that has to be taken into account. This is the result of human activity, and with climate change today, our villages, our world are severely affected, and therefore we need to come up with a joint agenda or a common agenda so that we can have more than just a meal on the table for our populations. We commit as a forum to contribute to building common agendas, to work together to make sure that
nuestros países. Y si desde los congresos somos capaces de cambiar y beneficiar a los pueblos juntos, podemos cambiar el mundo. Muchas gracias y bendiciones a todos.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم معالي
In the name of God, most graceful, most merciful, Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Wuld Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Honorable Junio Centimero, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, hello. It is a pleasure for me to take part to the inauguration of the works of this important forum, which is taking place under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, the King of Morocco. May God assist him. I would like to express my gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco for having organized and hosted this forum. I would also like to thank the House of Representatives of Morocco and the House of Councilors, as well as the members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for all of their efforts to enhance economic, trade, and financial cooperation. This forum is taking place at a crucial point in the global economy, at a crucial time marked by economic, technological, and climate crisis, unprecedented ones. In light of all of these changes and transformations, resilience is no longer measured by resources, but rather by the ability of countries and regions to build a partnership and complementarity. Based on this, in the Arab region, we feel that regional complementarity is no longer an economic or political choice. It is a strategic necessity to allow our countries to face the global challenges and to build their capacity for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, our Arab region, alongside European, Asian, and African platforms, has a wealth of potential that position it as an investment and innovation hub. However, the transformation of this potential into reality requires that we go from dialogue to action and shared projects. To do so, and I think that you will agree with me if I say that we need to work in three different areas at the same time. The consolidation of our economic and trade relations between our countries for resilient supply chains in the face of international crisis. Second pillar is investments in the knowledge economy and technology, in particular artificial intelligence, digital transformation. It is no longer about having the technology, but rather we need to have the capacity and the ability to produce it and to set up legislation in order to protect citizens from the threats represented by artificial intelligence. And lastly, water and the promotion of water security and food security. Ladies and gentlemen, our parliaments are called to go beyond their legislative role, the traditional role that they played. They need to closely monitor the transformation, the rapid transformation of our world. The Arab region is determined to take part in Euro-Mediterranean and African initiatives that are more resilient, based on the sharing of know-how and knowledge and investment in technology and infrastructure. We would also like to call for the consolidation of dialogue and exchanges, in particular in the private sector. And to conclude, I would like to reiterate that our region does not lack opportunities or potential. It needs more complementarity, trust, and common action. While our challenges are shared, our responsibility in the face of these challenges should also be shared. We strongly believe that this forum will contribute to the development of visions and initiatives that can ensure stability and prosperity to our people. Thank you for your attention.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councilors, distinguished Presidents of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, distinguished Speakers of Parliaments and Regional Parliamentary Unions, Honorable Ministers, distinguished Presidents of the Moroccan Federation of Businesses, allow me to express my sincere thanks to the House of Councilors for organizing this fourth Marrakesh Economic Conference, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. The uniqueness of this forum lies in its founding vision. This is not merely an economic forum. It is not merely a parliamentary forum. It serves as a space for dialogue between those who shape public policy and those who create wealth, between political institutions, economic actors, and development partners. The presence of major parliamentary organizations from Africa and the Arab world and the Euro-Mediterranean region, Latin America, reflects a shared conviction in the face of the challenges of the 21st century. No region in the world can achieve progress in isolation. We live in a period through a period of profound transformation, and all of you mentioned this, the technological shifts, international artificial intelligence, climate challenges, debt burdens, food security issues, and the restructuring of value chains are upending established balances. In the face of these challenges, our governments are investing more. They are developing infrastructure. They are strengthening their partnership. They are building spaces for economic integration. They're also encouraging innovation, and they're right to do this. But let me ask a simple question. Why are we doing all of this? We do not build infrastructure just for the sake of infrastructure. We do not sign agreements simply for the sake of signing agreements. We do not promote innovation as an end in itself. The ultimate goal of all these policies remains the citizen, to create jobs, offer opportunities to young people, improve incomes, reduce inequalities, strengthen access to essential services, preserve human dignity. For the true success of the public policy is not gauged by the number of programs announced, but by the changes it brings about in people's daily lives. Yet this is precisely where one of the major challenges of our time lies. In many societies, trust in institutions is eroding. Citizens sometimes doubt the effectiveness of public policies. They sometimes doubt the ability of institutions to turn promises into results, and trust cannot be decreed. It must be earned. It is built through results. Citizens do not place their trust in intentions. They place it in what they observe in what they experience, in the changes they see in their daily lives. That is why the question of results has become central today. How can we know if the investments made are actually producing the expected outcomes? How can we measure the impact of public policies on employment, social inclusion, economic competitiveness, or regional development? How can we verify that the resources mobilized are indeed creating value for citizens? This is where evaluation comes in, not as a technical exercise reserved for specialists that creates a false dichotomy between science and politics, expertise and democracy, and between experts and the lay people, but as an instrument of democratic governance, as an instrument of transparency, as an instrument of accountability, an instrument of trust. Evaluation makes it possible to distinguish achievements from intentions, results from announcements, and real progress from mere perceptions. It informs public decision-making, it fosters learning, it improves the effectiveness of public action, and above all, it helps strengthen the bond of trust between citizens and institutions. It is in this spirit that UPNOD, with its 700 parliamentarians, has been working for more than a decade to promote a culture of evaluation, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making within African parliaments. Our conviction is simple. Sustainable economic integration requires strong institutions. Strong institutions require trust, and trust is built on the ability to demonstrate results. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to close here, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, the Kingdom of Morocco has championed an ambitious vision based on cooperation, co-development, and regional integration, such as initiatives that were mentioned by the President, the Atlantic Initiative and the Sahel Initiative and the Morocco-Nigeria. This pipeline, this vision is contributing to the gradual emergence of a space of cooperation linking Africa, the Mediterranean region, the Arab world, the Gulf countries, and Latin America around common interests and shared ambitions. But we must be clear-eyed enough to recognize that no strategy, however relevant it may be, no partnership, however promising it may be, and no investment, however significant it may be, is an end in itself. The only question that truly matters is that of results. Citizens do not live by declarations, they live in reality. They judge our policies by the jobs created, the opportunities offered to their children, the quality of the services they receive, and the actual implementation of their living conditions. We are no longer accountable only for our intentions. We are accountable for our results. We are no longer judged solely on what we promise. We are judged on what we accomplish. The new South to which our people aspire will not be built on rhetoric or on hopes alone. It will be built on the ability of our institutions to produce tangible results, to be accountable for their actions, and to earn the lasting trust of citizens. For ultimately, trust remains the most precious political, economic, and democratic assets of our nations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have now the pleasure to call here on the podium His Excellency Rodrigo Gamarra, the President of Parliament of Mercosur Parlasur.
Muy buenos días para todos, estimados presidentes.
Hello, everyone, Honorable President, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco for their invitation. And His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. I'm very happy to be back to this fourth economic forum, where Morocco has shown that it has become a hub for regional integration and cooperation in the world. And if we had to talk about the economy, which may seem like an abstract idea for the population, because in reality, when we talk about the economy, we talk about graphs, figures, and statistics, whereas in reality, it is actually about the transformation of people's lives, an impact on people's lives through cooperation in order to generate opportunities for our citizens. This is about making sure that companies, investors can find new growth opportunities, and through this, they can improve the livelihoods of people, of this mother that wants her child to have a better life, to have an opportunity to study, to have a fulfilled life. And through these actions, we can build public policies that allow for this type of opportunity. And that is why I particularly welcome this gathering organized by Morocco, where it seems to me like at a global scale, we will create opportunities and sign new agreements. Since Parasur and since the heart of Latin America, from Paraguay, from the Republic of Paraguay, we wish to take part in this building. Thanks to our presence, thanks to our willingness to collaborate, to work together in everything that can allow for a better integration between the Arab world, Africa, Latin America, and the rest of the world. We are convinced that this forum will make it possible to go beyond the borders that separate us, so that there can be a true, candid recognition between our regions. These opportunities are very valuable for our populations and to create opportunities for our peoples.
Speaker, who is His Excellency Abdullah Nasser Al Subay, who will deliver a statement on behalf of His Excellency the Speaker of the Shura Council of Qatar.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, peace be upon his prophets and companions. Mr. Mohammed al-Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, ladies and gentlemen, deputies, Mr. Sergio Biatti, ladies and gentlemen, hello. I am very happy on my behalf and on behalf of the Parliament of the State of Qatar. I would like to express my gratitude to the King and the people and the government of Morocco, as well as to the House of Representatives of Morocco and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for organizing this excellent fourth edition of the forum. This forum has become a platform for dialogue and coordination between the Euro-Mediterranean regions and the Gulf region in order to tackle the challenges and to strive for sustainable development for the prosperity of our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, our forum is taking place today in a regional and global context that is unstable and that is facing structural challenges and major issues in the global economy. Geopolitical conflicts and tensions are growing, and armed conflicts in many regions of the world are crossing the borders and affecting the economies and are disrupting the global economic system. They impose constraints on the supply chains, on the global supply chains. And so we see a large number of challenges in the disruption of maritime trade, which hinders the countries from honoring their commitments, their economic commitments, in particular in emerging countries and vulnerable countries. We therefore need to adopt economic policies that are sound and sustainable in all areas. The state of Qatar is continuing its efforts internationally through the Development Fund of Qatar to help developing economies through a number of loans and grants. Mr. Sheikh Hamid Al Thani, may God assist him, continues to spare no efforts alongside Pakistan and other countries in order to find a solution to the conflict between Iran and the United States of America. In light of the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and to find a solution to the food and energy crisis that has resulted from this. Artificial intelligence is a key element for economic competitiveness in the future. It has become a double-edged weapon. Artificial intelligence is opening up new opportunities and new prospects in terms of productivity and to find solutions to complex issues. However, at the same time, it is a threat. It is a threat to humanity. We therefore need policies that promote the right use of artificial intelligence while limiting or curbing the threats related to it, while preserving the privacy of citizens, of course. The state of Qatar has made huge strides when it comes to food security. The country has achieved a self-sufficiency, an unprecedented self-sufficiency. As parliamentarians, we need to spare no efforts to enhance and strengthen common action as part of the institutions that were born from Euro-Mediterranean cooperation, including the Gulf countries. We stand ready to work in complementarity with your various parliaments and with all of the international partners in order to transform the recommendations from this fourth edition into tangible results. Thank you for your attention.
President from Qatar, and now I have the pleasure to inform you that we are going to proceed with the signature of an important memorandum of understanding between on Euro-Mediterranean, Gulf and African parliamentary cooperation, which will be signed by President al-Rashid and President Centemero, and this is the important agreement between the Association of African Senate and PAM. And I hope this is one of the MOU which we will also be able to conclude in the future with all the representatives from the parliaments from Latin America, South America, and the Africa region. So I invite President al-Rashid and President Centemero to sign, and I ask for the copy of the document. there is a special medal for President al-Rashid to remember this important cooperation. Thank you. Now we will proceed. I understand Senator Haddad is coming here now for another important agreement.
Thank you. I have the microphone. So we're going to continue our session with the next speakers. And it's my pleasure to invite the presidents of Senates and assemblies and institutions from Africa. And I will begin with the Honorable Alban Samana Kingsford Bagban, President of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Please, can you have the floor? Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, I bring you warm and courteous greetings from the President, Parliament, and people of Ghana. Ghana believes that all nations of the world must hold hands and work together in love and unison to the land of economic prosperity. Our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, set the tone for African integration when he stated that the solution to our problems can only be found in African unity. Divided, we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world. Your Excellencies, the challenge that confronts our economies is exacerbated by lack of integration. Yet, evidence shows that irrespective of which part of the globe we are located, our countries stand to benefit massively from deeper economic unity. In recognition of this potential dividends of economic unity, the government of Ghana broke a new ground in international diplomacy by giving birth to economic diplomacy alongside the age-old positive neutrality and non-alignment foreign policy. Consequently, Ghana has designed policy frameworks aimed at facilitating economic integration. Ghana has a strategic advantage which positions the country to boost both intra- and inter-regional trade. Not only is Ghana positioned at the center of the world, its location on the West African coast also offers a natural gateway to both landlocked Sahelian states and global shipping lines. Besides, the country's stable political environment involving transport infrastructure and expanding port facilities in Tema and Takoradi provide further competitive advantage. Respected colleagues, intra-economic integration is a compelling necessity, but the Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum demonstrates that we must go beyond intra-regional integration to build inter-regional partnerships for enhanced trade and expansion of economic opportunity for mutual profits. This explains why the 4th edition of the Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum means so much to Ghana. Morocco deserves praise for this economic transformative step. Morocco has demonstrated that we must move beyond building regional economic silos to constructing formidable relationships across regions, especially within the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf states. And let me emphasize, Morocco is naturally positioned to act as the fulcrum of economic integration between Mediterranean, Euro, Gulf, and Africa. Your Excellencies, if our economies must be integrated, so must our people. Business builds on movement of people and commodities across borders. Our efforts at scaling up interregional trade will become fruitless if we bar the doors to migrants. You cannot sign pacts and agreements to move tariffs and exchange goods and services while closing borders to entry. On behalf of the government, the President, people, and Parliament of Ghana, I highly and respectfully applaud His Majesty's King Mohammed VI. May God be with him, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM, and the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco for partnering the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund to bring Africa, Europe, and the Gulf states together to conduct business and grow their economies. Undoubtedly, the business bonds being forged here will strengthen our various countries' economies and empower the vulnerable in communities across the world. Before I conclude, allow me to reiterate the admonition of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the President of Ghana, at the Davos Business Forum. And this is what he said: the regeneration of the world calls for an open, transparent, credible, and accountable governments. Only a sound economic policy buttressed by democratic capacity building will remove the jewel from the filth. Everywhere in the world, there is a jewel. With this, may the Marrakesh Parliamentary Economic Forum grow into the biggest global forum in the world. I thank all of you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is a medal from the PAM to the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana. Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your medal, Mr. Speaker. Donc on va partir directement à...
So we now move on to Mr. Abdou Mustadarin, Speaker of the Assembly of the Comoro Islands. I also invite you to have a look at the screen so that you know the time left for you. Thank you. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, and President of the Association of Shura and equivalent councils in Africa and the Arab world, Your Excellency Julius Santomero, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Your Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Allow me to express our deep gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God be with him, for the high patronage granted to this important meeting, and also to the House of Councilors and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for the warm welcome and that has extended to us, and the efforts they are making to promote the parliamentary dialogue within the framework of this fourth edition of the Marrakesh Economic Forum. The Kingdom of Morocco is one of the first partners of the Comoros in terms of education, health, and education. We wish to express our grateful to them for that. The theme or the motto of this forum is a timely one, a time when we are meeting complex challenges, the economic slowdown, climate change, food insecurity, digital divides, and geopolitical disputes. No country can succeed on its own if we do not work together, if we do not show solidarity, engage in international cooperation. The Comoro Islands, which is in the Indian Ocean, economic integration is a key lever for development. We are convinced that free trade, when it is accompanied by positive investment, is a good thing for our countries and can contribute to job creation, reduce inequalities, and reinforce economic resilience of our population. Our efforts over this last decade has made it possible to transition towards a medium or an intermediate income country. The Africa, the Mediterranean, and the Gulf should not be considered as separate spaces, but as a strategic community for the promotion of stability and shared prosperity. The Comoros is fully engaged in this dynamic of dialogue, cooperation, and peace, and sustainable development. This partnership should be considered should be viewed from a shared benefits perspective, and also for the promotion of innovation and the sharing of technology. Artificial intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the major changes affecting our world. It provides opportunities, massive opportunities in education, health, agriculture, and the management of natural resources. In order for this technological evolution to succeed, we need to invest in digital infrastructure, innovation, and research. The developing countries, especially island states, should not be left behind. As far as this transition is concerned, we call for the establishment of cooperation mechanisms that make it possible for African and island states to access new technology through to digital platforms to build their capacities as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of parliamentarians is today more important than ever. We are duty-bound to come up with efficient public policies that encourage investment, transparency, and create a business environment that is conducive to development, especially for women and young people. On behalf of the Assembly of the Comoros, we commit to working with PAM and all our partners to bring about a space of peace, sustainable development for all of us. I hope that the proceedings of this forum will lead to concrete recommendations and partnership that is promising for the well-being of our peoples. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, now FAM is giving the award. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President of the Assembly of the Union of Commerce.
Great and Honorable Lindwi Dlamini, President of the Senate of Eswatini. You have the floor, Madam President.
His Excellency Mohammed Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, and also President of the Association of Senates, Shura, and equivalent councils of Africa and the Arab world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to ride on the already established protocol. It is with profound respect and deep gratitude that I stand before you today, first to honor the esteemed leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May Almighty God bless him. I bring warm greetings from their Majesties King Mswati III and the Queen Mother and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I also wish to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, the people of Morocco, and the co-host, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, PAM, for hosting this well-organized forum. The legendary hospitality afforded to my delegation from the Kingdom of Eswatini reflects the deep bond of friendship and cooperation between the two nations. It is a distinct honor to address a gathering that sits at the intersection of policy, finance, and international cooperation. We meet at a defining moment for the global economy, a time of profound global transformation. The landscape of international trade is shifting rapidly. Traditional mechanisms that have governed global commerce for decades are now being re-evaluated, while new regional frameworks are emerging as powerful engines of growth and inclusion. For over 75 years, the multilateral trading system anchored by the WTO, established in 1995, and its predecessor, the GATT in 1948, has been the bedrock of international commerce. It established the rules-based order that governs over 98% of global trade, providing predictability, reducing tariffs, and offering mechanisms to resolve disputes. However, we must recognize that this system is not static. It is evolving in response to new realities. At the same time, new opportunities are emerging through innovation, regional integration, digital transformation, and strengthened international cooperation. In this context, the role of parliaments has never been more important. We therefore welcome international efforts aimed at promoting sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, climate adaptation, and green investment. Parliaments must continue to support policies that strengthen resilience while advancing sustainable development objectives. For developing nations like the Kingdom of Eswatini, and indeed for many economies across Africa, the Euro-Mediterranean region and the Gulf, the Trade Facilitation Agreement is transformative. While global frameworks set the universal rules, regional economic communities and agreements are now the primary vehicle for deepening integration and expanding trade. This is a trend we mirrored in the we see mirrored in the Euro-Mediterranean region, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and indeed across Africa, where the most ambitious trade project in modern history is unfolding, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is a flagship of the African Union Agenda 2063, the continent's strategic framework for socio-economic transformation. When the Africa Continental Free Trade Area became operational, it sets in motion the creation of the world's largest free trade area by number of countries and population. Its promise is clear: to bring together 54 countries, over 1.4 billion people, and a combined GDP of more than $3.4 trillion, to break down barriers, boost intra-African trade, and build stronger and competitive economies. But we must also recognize that this African integration does not happen in isolation. It is deeply linked to how we engage with our standing partners in Europe and how we can build value chains that are not just efficient, but inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. For too long, economic relations between Africa and Europe followed a traditional pattern. Africa exported raw materials, and Europe reduces risk for investors investing in Africa, making it more predictable through the predictable rules. Larger markets, European businesses that invest in Africa today are not just entering one country, they are gaining access to the entire continent in return. Africa gains technology, transfer skills development, and the capital needed to build infrastructure, which is the backbone of connectivity. As I close, ladies and gentlemen, for us as parliamentarians, as legislators and parliamentarians from the region and in other regions, we must remain proactive in understanding emerging technologies and developing regulatory frameworks that encourage innovation while safeguarding the public interest. Discussions on AI governance and parliamentary oversight are therefore both timely and necessary. As representatives and members of national and regional parliaments, we have a distinct and irreplaceable role in this evolution. Trade agreements are negotiated by executives, but they are ratified and domesticated, monitored, and improved by parliaments. There is need to be robust in our oversight function. I want to close by saying thank you for your kind attention, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, the President of the Senate of Eswatini. And this is a medal from the Mediterranean Parliamentary Assembly as a recognition for the great contributions of Madam the President. Thank you very much. Sans plus tarder, je donne la parole.
Without further ado, I'll hand it over to Mohammed from Djibouti.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim.
In the name of God, most graceful, most merciful, Excellencies, Mr. Mohammed, Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Gudyo Gantanemero, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, Excellency Mehdi Tazi, President of the Employers Confederation of Morocco, dear colleagues, Presidents of Parliament, Excellencies, Vice Presidents of PAM, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Assembly of Djibouti and on my own behalf, I would like to first of all express my heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, for his commitment and dynamism in promoting inclusion for the Euro-Mediterranean region and the Gulf. My recognition also goes to the organizers of this forum, in particular the House of Representatives, His Excellency Mohammed Rashid, and President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, His Excellency Julio Guantemero, for inviting me to take part in the works of the 4th edition of the Economic Parliamentary Forum, to which I responded favorably. This is a preferred opportunity, a moment of interaction to address the economic environmental issues for the region of PAM. Economic development cannot be sustainable without stability and without regional cooperation. The challenges that we are facing know no borders. They require concerted responses based on dialogue, solidarity, and mutual trust. That is exactly in this spirit that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean is playing a key role by promoting exchanges between parliamentarians, decision makers, investors, and representatives of civil society. It hence contributes to converge our visions and build partnerships full of hope. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time when global economies are more interdependent than ever, it is key to strengthen regional partnerships in order to rise up to the challenges related to economic growth, youth employment, food security, energy transition, and resilience in the face of global crises. For my part, the Republic of Djibouti takes on a unique place located by the Red Sea at the crossroads of the Middle East and Asia. Our country has an outstanding geographical location where it can be key in international trade with Africa. Under the enlightened leadership of His Excellency Mr. Marguerite, President of the Republic of Djibouti, Djibouti has undertaken heavy investments in ports, road infrastructure, and digital infrastructure to support regional economies. Modern ports, free zones, the corridor of transports, and the telecommunications network are today essential tools for the economic integration of our region. Our vision is not limited to logistics. Djibouti wants to be a digital center, and we place special importance to the development of human capital, education, vocational training, youth training. We are convinced that the wealth of a nation lies in the skills of its population. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to highlight that our country plans to take the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence in order to strengthen its economic development, its competitiveness, and the quality of public services. As we all know, artificial intelligence is today a major driver for economic transformation, social transformation, and administrative transformation. In Djibouti, the integration of artificial intelligence in strategy sectors like education, healthcare, transport, port logistics, and public services could contribute to enhancing the effectiveness of public action and supporting the economic diversity of the country. Furthermore, cooperation with international organizations, in particular the Interparliamentary Union, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, the African Union, and specialized agencies, UN agencies that allow our institutions to draw from best practices in terms of governance, AI governance. Economic development can only be done with the participation of women. In Djibouti, women play a key role and are present in commerce, services, education, and a number of services. This is why I cannot close without mentioning one of the major challenges of our times, climate change and the repercussions on food security. Climate change is not a faraway threat. It is a tangible reality for the populations around the world. Drought, extreme temperatures, the scarcity of water makes it difficult for countries. No country can tackle this alone. Together, let's make climate resilience a lever for prosperity for future generations. And I hope that the works of this forum will lead to tangible initiatives, innovative partnerships, and sustainable commitments in favor of the Mediterranean and African space that would be more integrated, more prosperous, and more resilient. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. President, for this speech. And of course, the President of PAM gives a medal to the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Djibouti. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to the President of the Consultative Council of the Foundation of the Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Mamadou Haruna Jingarei.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Your Excellency, the President of the House of Representatives of the Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished President of the PAM, Your Excellencies, the Speakers of Senates, Shura, and Parliamentary Assemblies, Your Excellency, the Honorable Ministers, Honorable Representatives of international and regional organizations, distinguished ambassadors and heads of technical and financial institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Allow me, before starting my remarks, to send you the greetings and share with you the greetings of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Niger, General Abdurrahman Jani. Allow me also to express on behalf of the consultative board that I chair and the high authorities of the Republic of Niger our deep gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI may God assist him, for the high patronage granted by His Majesty to this important forum, and for the invitation sent to our council to take part in this prestigious forum. I would like also to express my sincere thanks and congratulations to the Kingdom of Morocco, to the House of Councilors, and to the PAM for the excellent organizational measures taken for this fourth edition of the Marrakesh Economic Forum for the Mediterranean, Euro-Mediterranean, and Gulf regions. The convening of this forum in the prestigious city of Marrakesh reflects the importance of the institutional and parliamentary dialogue to promote closer ties between people, states, and the regional spaces that we represent. The world is experiencing a period that is marked by a number of crises and upheavals, the energy challenges, the climate change, the economic disparities, and the economic pressures mean that we have a greater responsibility to address these challenges. International cooperation, political dialogue, and solidarity between nations are key levers to build or to come up with common sustainable responses. The Republic of Niger, which has embarked on a historic process, is continuing its efforts to promote and consolidate its sovereignty, strengthen its institution, preserve its national unity, and promote economic and social development for the benefit of its population. they should be the first the beneficiaries of the resources of Niger. The Council, as an national institution, is accompanying this dynamic institutional dynamic and is contributing to promoting dialogue and social cohesion and national stability. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa represents today a space of opportunity, major space for opportunity. We have major human natural resources and farming and mineral resources. But the aspirations of our people mean that we need more structural investments, transfer of technology, equitable partnerships, and a world system that is more inclusive and that is fairer. The Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions have to promote contribution that is beneficial for all, based on the sovereignty of states, the trust, mutual trust, and shared development. Niger and the Confederation of the Alliance of the Sahel States is open to a win-win cooperation with all the countries in the world. That is why we salute and commend this parliamentary initiative that offers us a privileged platform for economic, strategic, and human interaction. Peace, security, and stability are sine qua non conditions for any sustainable development. No economic progress can be achieved or even considered without security, without social justice, without quality education, without prospects for the youth, and without inclusion of women in the transformation dynamic. We believe firmly that the parliamentary institutions and advisory institutions have a key role to play in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, given the common challenges we are facing, we have to favor listening to each other, promote the sovereignty of countries, and build fair, sustainable, and sincere partnerships for the future generations. Before concluding, I wish to reiterate my sincere thanks to His Majesty King Mohammed VI and to the Kingdom of Morocco for the warm hospitality and the excellent welcome and the excellent measures taken to ensure the success of this forum. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Mamoudou Harouna.
Thank you, Mr. Mamoudou Harouna Djingade, President of the Consultative Council of the Foundation of the Republic of Niger. Please give him a round of applause while he receives a medal from PAM. Thank you, Mr. President. I will now give the floor to Mr. Mamadou Satige Yakete, who was President of the Council of Collectivities of the Republic of Mali. Mr. President, please give him a round of applause. Excellency, Mr. President of the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco, Excellency, Mr. President of PAM, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. On behalf of the High Council of Collectivities and all of the territorial collectivities of Mali, I am honored to take the floor at this prestigious event. I would like to address my fraternal greetings and gratitude to the organizers of this forum for their warm welcome that they gave my delegation and myself ever since we arrived to Morocco. In the same vein, I would like to reiterate my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency and all of the councillors of the Chamber for their support and hospitality that we benefited from in December 2025 during our study visit. I cannot not mention the quality of the arrangements made for this fourth edition of the Economic Parliamentary Forum of Marrakesh of PAM for the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions. Excellency, Mr. President, I would like to ask you to convey the fraternal and amicable greetings of the President of the Transition of Mali, Head of State, General of Army Assimi Goïta, to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. Excellency, Mr. President, our presence here today in this great city of Marrakesh shows the constance and depth of friendly and cooperation relationships between Morocco and Mali. This presence is one that we owe to the Speaker of the House of Councilors of the Sharifan Kingdom, as well as to the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. We would like to thank them for these gestures of fraternity and brotherhood to all of the territorial collectivities of Mali that we represent here today. Excellency, Mr. President, the forum that's bringing us together this morning is a prestigious event for various reasons. Placed under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. Furthermore, it is organized by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco in partnership with the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank and IMF. This forum, which is now recognized as the main regional platform for parliamentary dialogue on economic growth and integration in the regions, in the Euro-Mediterranean regions of the Gulf, will address the major regional challenges as well as the strategic opportunities through the four thematic panels. Without a doubt, the recommendations and conclusions from these themes will consolidate local planning of the decentralized entities of the South, South, and North, South regions. Ladies and gentlemen, to progress the Euro-Mediterranean agenda, we need to strengthen public-private partnerships at the state level and at the intrastate level, specifically territorial collectivities or local authorities. In this context, the parliamentarians can play a key role by rising up to the challenges by adopting legislative texts that promote economic development. Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I would like to reiterate my heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. May God assist him for ease of access to the Atlantic granted by the Kingdom of Morocco to the Confederation of the Sahel countries, which my country is a part of. I would like to close by reiterating my gratitude to the organizers of this forum. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le Président. We are almost done. We have like 3 or 4 more small things to do, and then we will be done. So before we go to the signature of two memorandums, we are going to just listen for 2 testimonies from 2 great people. We will start with the Professor and Ambassador Abdsalam Al-Madani, who is the President of the Center of World Studies of PAM. And then afterwards, we'll listen to Mr. Guglielmo Picchi. Mr. Madani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Haddad. I'll do my best. Your Excellency, first of all, I would like to appreciate the host country, Morocco, for such wonderful organizing the summit. We appreciate on behalf of CGS that your hospitality and kindness. Before I go to the main topic, which is about the human capital, that's what they requested me to talk, I'm just brief about the CGS, which we reached till now within the 3 years. I don't think any non-profitable organization could make it. We did, within these 3 years, a lot of achievement, including the several report which has been worked closely with United Nations, Security Council, and other European and other international organizations, which we reach today in education, in economy, in anti-terrorism, and many other aspects, which thanks to our team and CGS and PAM to deliver such kind of report. Plus the internship, more than 166 young students we support in our center and ongoing. When we talk about the human capital, we are talking about the people. We are talking about about giving the young people the knowledge, skills, opportunities they need to build successful lives and contribute to their community and their country and their home. Today, our region has millions of talents, young people. They are ambitious to the very important to find a job. It is not easy. If we did not give opportunity, we did not give support as a private and public sector to work together. Not NGOs can do it alone. Not not government can do alone. But when you come private and public together and work for one mission, that to support the young and talent, to give the opportunity, especially when you come to the continuing education. This is what we are doing in PAM and CGS. However, many of young people is still facing challenges. Some graduate from the university, but struggling till now. You can see in many of the country, they are to find a job. Others have the same problem because there is no communication between the Ministry of Higher Education, university, and the government and the private sector, what they need the job, so accordingly to be support and find the job for the young, and we need to support them. I know a few of our speaker, including His Excellency Mohammed talk about the opportunity and for the young people. I might talk and go with him and with other who is speaking about the opportunity for the young. The young is the future. Education is the solution. Without education, we don't have anything. All this happening in the world because of the not supporting the education, not opportunity for our young. In UAE, United Arab Emirates, more than 202 nationalities living peacefully together have opportunity to have for their children the education, health, insurance, support, and the job opportunity. So this is how the leadership supporting the opportunity is not only in United Arab Emirates is supporting for their national, but for everybody, 202 nationality, they have opportunity to do. When we come to the certain organization which we support, the Jihad, today for the humanitarian, we are support the most important, again, we focus on education. Waterfalls initiatives, which we have also worked with the PALM closely and with other from the UAE to the world. Until now, through the platform, we educated more than 10 million around the world from 195 countries. This is all achievement. So either better to focus on education and find through the professional training to find a job. This is the best. When you have education, you don't have any other problem. So focus on education, and it is the best to be work together, private, public, and non-NGOs together to find a job, to support the education. Education is the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Abdsalam. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to hear. Yes, I know. We have. It's been more than a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the last speaker for today, before we are going to move to the signature of the memorandums, is Professor Guglielmo Picchi, Presidente dei Servizi Assicurativi del Commercio Estero, SACE.
Thank you. Being the last, I'll try to be as short as possible so that, first of all, good afternoon, because it's already a few words. In this room, there are gathered policymakers and people that set priorities for their own countries. But in order to transform these priorities and these policies into reality, you need people and organizations like mine. So we are the bridge from the priorities set by policymakers to the implementation that the private sector, well here represented on stage, has to do. My organization is SACE. SACE is the Export Credit Agency of the Republic of Italy. We manage on behalf of the Republic of Italy the sovereign guarantees, and we are very happy to be at this forum. So thank you to my friend Giulio Centemero for having invited me and to explain what we do. Basically, as you know, Italy has the Mattei Plan for Africa, is very active around the global Mediterranean, which means from the Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific. And we want to promote trade and economic cooperation between Italy and all the countries that are here with a concept of togethership, partnership, a partnership among equals, which means you could be small, bigger than us. We want to act with you in the same way. The Italian Parliament approved the budget for 2026 for 74 billion euros. We need to use them to realize, to implement all the projects that you policymakers are ruling in your own parliaments and home. So we are here for being open for business, to implement your ideas with always one concept. It's an approach win-win. So we bring jobs to your people, you bring jobs to our people, so that all our economies will benefit. We may grow, you may grow on an equal basis. We give respect, we ask for respect, and the key word is trust. Trust is a perishable goods. We need to renew it always on a daily basis. We are here open for business. We are in the area. We are happy to cooperate and to foster your development. And thank you for this platform, which is a great platform to do business all together and to make sure that the ideas then go to the people in an economic, positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Picchi. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you.
Of course, well-deserved medal. Please, great applause to Professor Picchi. When I told you that he was the last speaker, I misspoke. So there is one post-last speaker, but he's going to do the conclusion for everything, and then his name is Mr. Dijan Dudrovisk, who is the chief of the delegation of Montenegro with the PAM. Please have the floor. Thank you very much. Conclusions.
Vaše ekscelencije, poštovane šestom, prvo želim da predsjedniku iz Maroka večeras
First of all, allow me to congratulate and extend my deepest gratitude.
Prije svega, dozvolite mi da
Allow me to congratulate and extend my deepest gratitude to the House of Councilors of the Kingdom of Morocco for the exceptional organization and hospitality in Marrakesh, as well as to the Parliamentary Network of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund for their invaluable partnership for this event, which once again has proven to be very successful, gathering so many participants from all corners of the world. It is also an honor to stand before you and have the opportunity to share the results achieved through the 20th PAM plenary session held last May in Budva, Montenegro. This landmark session came at a time of heightened global tensions, and PAM clearly demonstrated its position as a unique platform for parliamentary diplomacy and institutional credibility. On the occasion of the plenary session, the Assembly convened its first summit of speakers and presidents of parliament, bringing together national parliamentary leaders to reinforce the role of parliaments as fundamental pillars of democratic resilience. We are all aware that globally democracy is facing a dangerous trend, one where political discourse is too often transformed into existential warfare. Parliamentary diplomacy offers the ultimate antidote. It allows us to monitor and reinforce institutional integrity through mutual solidarity, providing the long-term strategic vision our citizens deserve. To face these challenges, we are stronger together. To that end, PAM has expanded its diplomatic outreach by welcoming the parliaments of Armenia and Azerbaijan as observer members. PAM is also in contact with the Parliament of Georgia, which has expressed a similar interest in observer status. At the institutional level, in Budva, the Assembly also inaugurated the Association of Secretaries General of PAM member and partner parliaments. It is most importantly, all resolutions presented at the plenary session were adopted by consensus. The resolutions touched upon different topics, including political developments, counter-terrorism, economic trends, climate issues, migration, and children in armed conflict. It is so rare nowadays to find an institution which is still able to create consensus among its members. For my own country, Montenegro, hosting the 20th PAM plenary session has provided an extraordinary and positive push to the ongoing accession process into the European Union. As Montenegro advances toward EU membership, it remains committed to revitalizing the EU's engagement in the region, helping to strengthen security and prosperity in the Euro-Mediterranean basin, rooted in a true partnership of equal and shared responsibility. I would like to thank you all for continued engagement and dedication to PAM's mandate and mission. I look forward to the discussions ahead and wish everyone a very fruitful debate. Thank you for your attention. Hvala.
Yes. I'll do this both and then you give the third one. Okay. سنمر الآن للتوقيع على مذكرة.
And now we will go through the memorandums of understanding on parliamentary action between the House of Councilors in Morocco and Parliament of the Economic Community of West Africa. I would like to invite Mr. Rashid and Madam Haja Mimunatu Ibrahima, Speaker of Parliament of ECOWAS, to come to complete the formalities of the signing of this protocol, this memorandum of understanding. This initiative embodies the depth of the historic and human relations between Morocco and Africa, as well as the shared desire to anchor and enshrine the economic and historic ties that His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, continues to strengthen. This memorandum of understanding is a new block in developing the partnership between Morocco and West Africa, as well as institutional framework for enhancing parliamentary cooperation to share experiences and best practices. Please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you to the honorable presidents. And before giving the floor to Sergio Piazzi, we will listen to a declaration concerning the launch of the first interactive forum for parliamentary diplomacy and South-South dialogue relating to Africa. This interactive forum will take place in Morocco between June 29th and July 4th, in the presence of a large number of delegations representing our brotherly countries from Africa. So, for the parliamentary diplomacy and South-South dialogue, the last signing of an agreement between PAM and our organization.
To invite His Excellency President Al-Rashid and President Centemero to go to sit at the desk, because we will sign now a joint declaration on the launch of the structuring project of the Marrakesh Economic Parliamentary Forum for the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf regions. You see, this is the 4th edition. It is grown exponentially. It has become one of the most important parliamentary economic events on the international agenda, and there is the need to structure it, to make it something that will contribute in the year to come. We will create a number of committees which will advise President Al-Rashid on the event. Now, I thank President Rashid and President Centemero. Now I invite to go out from the room. There is a family photo, and then immediately after there is a lunch, 1 hour lunch, and then we resume the session. Thank you very much. On the left.